Just like roll them into a ball, put them in some tin foil. Chef's kiss. Yeah, it's good. Actually, Kat's made some like Rice Krispie things that we have in the fridge at the minute. They're quite good too.
Do you do recovery after every training?
Yeah, not after like active recovery, but like everything else, yeah. Most days it's like egg fried rice, but with pasta. It's basically just like scrambled egg and pasta and veggies. But I like it. Yeah, but I feel like as a cyclist you have to have a certain level of like cooking because you have to eat so much food. So like if you can only chef up like one dish, well, you're gonna get bored.
If you really high, get a private chef.
Yeah, we're not at that. We're not at baller status yet though. So.
Oh, it's really sharp.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah.
That's the thing I hate cooking with. You know, when you go to like an Airbnb and like all the knives are bad, the pans are bad. Oh, it just makes it like 10 times harder. So I actually bought that from the UK. This looks grim, but I promise it tastes better than it looks. Cooking is like functional. We've got carbs, we've got protein, some veggies, but I don't know. It's not that pretty. It'll do. Yeah, it was good. Looked better than it looked. Did the job, and now it's nap time. I'm gonna get changed, give it a second ride. Just woke up from my nap. The cameraman had a bigger nap. I slept for like half an hour, but he was out for like a full hour. Yeah, so clap again. Can we do a double clap?
Okay. Activation again.
Oh, I know. Normally I wouldn't bother, but my legs are just like in bits from the gym. So yeah, we're gonna do it again, but not like not as long. Just like a bit of glute.
What?
The double session second day, sorry, instead.
Oh, today we go for the more casual glasses, because it's a chiller ride. No, I'm serious. Every single effort session I have the K-toes on. Psychological. Extra watts. Okay, actually. Yeah, this is like my favourite ride of all time. Like, it's like my favourite training session, just like fat maximum climb, so you just feel like you're actually pushing on and doing something, but it's not like hard enough that you're like, you know. Nah, it's coming in like a month, is my gravel bike. And then, yeah. But I'm really hyped because everyone raves about like, especially like the gravel trails here. So for easy days, yeah, I'm excited. Okay, we had a little bit of an issue, but we're good now. And that really kind Spanish couple over there came and disinfected my hand, which is why it's yellow, and gave me plasters and bless. So sweet. But we're all good, so we're ready to crack on. How embarrassing is that? I have a week in bed with the flu, my second ride back and I stack it. But it's actually, I think it's maybe a bit of Tom's fault because we were speaking about crashing, no?
No.
Yeah, we were speaking about crashing and I was like, yeah, it's not that, like the juniors versus the pros.
Oh, okay, we were talking about,
we were like about how
racing.
sketchy it, and I was like,
racing.
yeah, it's not that bad. Literally 10 seconds later, we're on the floor. Good actually. Yeah, I really like those sort of efforts. And even better now they're all done. We've got like, 20k left and most of it's downhill, so. And we got the tailwind, so we're good. And we just found out that Ferg was third at Vinda. Crazy. Oh, everything. I would say like, this is about to sound so cringe, but like the process of like, just getting better when you're like, have like a good few weeks of training and you can just feel yourself just like getting fitter. I found it so satisfying. What was meant to be for dinner was, I have lots of meal prep for like busy days, but I forgot to defrost it this morning. So instead we're doing salmon, broccoli, rice, mango, like a poke bowl situation, because it's fast and easy. Nah, but you're not getting the full, let me do it.
All right, cameraman.
You put some like, some hype music over that.
Okay.
You look just like me.
Really?
No.
So.
Yeah, I'm here. Rate the look out of 10.
Nah, but you know what's the number one goal? You can never have like a gap.
Yeah, the helmet gap is hard with those glasses.
Nah, you gotta push it down.
I rate it.
Oh, very small, it doesn't work. It's missing the stylish team. They're a kind team, you know. They're Wout, Matthew Brennan, Ingeborg. All the quiet, nice people.
The number one goal. You can never have like a gap.
Yeah, the helmet gap is hard with those glasses.
Nah, you gotta push it.
Who's our sprinter? Wout, yeah. Do we have like a dedicated sprinter? Oh no, Matthew Brennan is number 3. Bro, they have so many juniors, it's insane. Holy shit, he's the Mogger man. Bro, is this by how much they get paid, you think? No. Holy shit, I didn't know these guys were good cyclists. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn. What are you? Steph. What do these guys do? This guy's Visma? I didn't know that. Nathan Van Hooijdonk. I think this guy's a head coach, right? What about this guy? This guy? Head of performance. De Groot. It's Groot. The goat, or soon to be goat. Conduct the influence. Bro, Matthew Brennan is their most winning member this year. No way. What's happened to Sepkus? I haven't seen him like at all. Oh, it's still going. Okay. Huh.
Down.
I rate it. Does mango belong in savoury foods? That was our question of the day. But for me, I vote yes. Cameraman votes no.
No, I said it's a sketchy one. I didn't say a straight no.
No, true. Yeah.
Do you have any time for now?
Nah, not really. I'm gonna stretch, and then I'm really into this. There's a new season of like Below Deck, which is like a reality TV show that follows like cruise ship staff. Yeah, should probably watch an episode of that. That was my day in the life. Now I'm just gonna. This is pretty much my plan for the last hour before I go to sleep. Yeah, thanks for watching. Oh, and like and subscribe and follow. I've always wanted to do that.
Bro, I would kill to live as a cyclist.
I see regular people on TikTok saying it's okay to cheat on taxes because the IRS is slashed. Can you
end of the day, this is just bike racing, you know? It's a gift. Sometimes we think the wrapping paper is the gift, all the stuff that's flashy and looks good, you know, and is what people see on the outside. If the gift isn't there, you gotta unwrap the present. And that, I think, is what we're trying to do, is like get underneath the wrapping paper. If you're in this sport, I think you're drawn towards feeling. Like, you don't do that and live with that discomfort and disappointment and difficulty if you're not willing to like engage your heart. You gotta get into the depth. Last year was one of the biggest years of my life. Now this year, I don't know, it's my like 10th year of going to all these same locations and racing my bike. And it's always new, it's always fresh, and there's always something to share and to bring out of that. This year,
Bro, this guy's really good.
everything
This is okay, next level, but
stay the same, but everything
this guy's good.
also changes.
The Red Bull sponsor
Share
guy,
and to bring out of that.
the guy behind there, he's I don't know, pretty dog.
This year,
As of now, though.
everything can stay the same, but everything also changes. Sometimes suddenly, sometimes slowly. I just want to live within that change and change too. We just gotta make shit, man. I just want to have conversations about the human side of it, because I know how many stories are out there, and just gotta turn towards them. Let's actually get into this.
Bro, Christopher Blevins have more documentaries than fucking Barack Obama. Holy fuck.
We're happy about something. The amount of
Swim across the lake at night, horse. That would.
I'm somewhere on a flight across the Atlantic. Home. This bike brings us to the windows of ourselves.
Can you send me some of these? This would be a funny video. People on TikTok are telling you to cheat on your taxes. Don't worry. Bro, if you don't have a tax lawyer, no. Don't. No. Of course. For your W-2 income, they know what you owe. It's not a... It doesn't take a big, deep team. The hard part is, the reason IRS needs more staffing is because of all the complicated and creative ways that rich people used to get around taxes. By the way, just to put a bow on this discussion, they saved $2 billion in salaries by cutting all those IRS agents, and they lost, I think, 168 plus billion in revenue, expected revenue, in terms of tax collection. So what the fuck was the point? I know what the point is. to stop taxing rich people. That's it. There's no savings. There's no savings. It's not owning literally the point of that defunding the IRS is to allow rich people to avoid taxes with impunity. There's nothing efficient about it. Hey, Shrek, I need to get my bread up so I can avoid taxes. Yeah, sure, great. Relax. They know what they're doing. I fucking love that. You know what? Based. Relax, dude. They know what they're doing. You just hear Elon? Trust that guy. He knows what he's doing. He's not gonna make a mistake. He's not gonna dig me over. He's not gonna get on ketamine and try to vastly change systems he doesn't even understand. That's good. It's all good, bro. We're good. Sports betting is the best way to negotiate the IRS. You make so much money they can take as much as they want, and I will still be rich. To negate? You're saying you don't care about taxes because sports betting is such a guaranteed cash geyser that they can take, quote, as much as they want and you'll still be rich. That's incredible. That's incredible because even Jeff Bezos, who has $180 billion or something like that, he moved to Florida to avoid taxes. But you are making so much money that's chump change to you. Just betting. Oh, dude. Someone said this. This is an interesting story. There was a guy who realized that almost every single bet on Polymarket is kind of based on something happening. And so he bet no on basically everything. He just bet no. Like on every political thing, he just bet no. And he ended up making $2 million in profit. He basically bet on nothing ever happens. Will Trump end Department of Education? No. Will he sign a national abortion ban? No. Will he pardon Hunter Biden? No. And like a lot of these, he was not even, it wasn't, the odds weren't in his favor, but he just farmed the easy money. This is his profile picture. Nothing ever happened. He just did a full-on nothing ever happens. Will Trump pardon Edward Snowden? Run to Trump out. It's just really funny. He lost some of them, but, you know. In fact, the ones he lost were where he voted yes. The ones he lost was where he voted yes. I think right about here he stopped voting yes because he lost 4 in a row. He went all no. And he's up 2 million. That's crazy. Damn, gold at 3,500 a troy ounce. Bro, 1 ounce of gold buys 52 barrels of oil. Holy fuck. 1 ounce of gold gets you 52 barrels of oil. Sheesh. How's your 500K Fartcoin position doing? You think I only have 500K in Fartcoin? Fartcoin is financial freedom. And it is, wow. Dude, it's pretty good. Why is Fartcoin up 115% over the past month? Yeah, I made $1 million on Fartcoin. Dude, that is insane. Fartcoin moves in silence. What about a year? I mean, it's up over the year. It's down from Fartcoin mania in
Fartcoin to the moon, let's go.
in January. We're not quite back there, but we're shockingly returning to it. That is insane. So Farcoin, obviously a meme, plummets. And then after the global trade war and tariffs begin, Bitcoin drops, but Farcoin, the stable reserve currency, starts rising. This is digital gold. That's incredible. Farts are recession proof. Shocking, shocking, shocking. Bro, I might think about actually trimming some exposure to gold maybe. This is an insane run when you really look at it. This is an insane run when you really look at it. That's as unprecedented historically. But also what's happening is unprecedented historically. A lot to think about. Speaking of a long-term story in the stock market, by God, dude. Speaking of a long-term story, a consistent domination, by God. There's a clear number one here, 4.4% on a down year. There's a clear number one here, 4.4% on a down year, up 4%. Clear number one.
Total raised negative. Do the shares have to pay them?
One here, 4.4% on a down year, up 4% when the Nasdaq's down 14, S&P's down 11. Come on, bro. That's Ludwig, he's doing all right. Someone said, "Holy shit! No wonder Ludwig is streaming daily." As if Ludwig is so devastated by the loss of $1,500 that he has to stream every day to try and make his money back. You're right, dude. He's broke and he's trying to make it work. Should add Lud without Trump coin. Lud without Trump coin would be tied with Doug, basically. A little bit worse than Doug. He'd be above Stans though. Minus 3K for charity and bros celebrating. Year of kindness, my ass. Well, to be fair, I steal from charity constantly. So it's like, you're asking me to get rid of a time-honored tradition. Every year I go to a charity and I yoink out of the collection box. So one thing I'll do is like a fun little hobby of mine is I will write up a really professional looking fake invoice for like some like accounting services or something, and then just mail it to every charity in town. And hopefully one of them doesn't look too closely and just pays it. You know, they think it's some bill they have and they just pay it. And that way, like, I'm at scale stealing from a lot of charities. It's like a really cool, it's actually free money. Like the dad did from Google. Yeah, people do this for Google, but Google's like too nice of a company to do. I don't want to do it to Google. I'd rather do it to like Habitat for Humanity or something. Do you think there's a correlation between the rise of spiritually and inequality in poor economic times? Dude, I think, I've seen this. I do feel like there's a growing number of people turning towards some form of spirituality, but I don't know if it's economic. I think it's loneliness or isolation or the dehumanizing aspect of algorithms. I definitely notice it. I notice it even among like people I consider really, I don't know, sharp, well-educated, whatever. I think overall human beings are kind of searching for something. I don't think it's this same organized religion they always had, although some people are going back to the church, I guess, but people are looking for some kind of, because I think they feel very deficient in that area. Maybe it's community. Yeah, maybe it's community. Maybe it's something like that. But I think that is it's an interesting point. I don't know if I have a deeper thought on it without more research. I like that you said it because I've noticed the same thing. I've definitely felt the vibe shift. Bring back the Greek gods. Dude, what if we brought back the Greek gods? I do. Listen, I'm not religious. I have no problem if you're religious. Again, based on what I just said, some people are craving connection and spirituality and something to give them more purpose and meaning, and I got no problem with it. I'm just not personally religious. But if I was, I would want to be in a religion with like a ton of gods. I think it's cool to have a god for like everything. I think having one god for everything is kind of boring. I would love to have like a god of the harvest and a god of gambling and a god of food and a god of pizza and a god of... Because then you can always feel like you're being blessed by some god. Like if I get a flat tire, then I'm like, the god of transportation hates me. Well, then I taste a tasty pizza and I'm like, oh, but the god of pizza really is smiling upon me today. And if I were to Twitch Prime right now, then I would know the god of generosity was smiling upon me. Is anyone on Twitch Prime? Thank you, Splash Zone. Doing my part to get Atriot on the same tax bracket as Jeff EB. How many primes would I need to get in Jeff Bezos' tax bracket? If I make $3 a prime, actually, no, for prime it's half, right? So I make $249. $249 a prime. What's Jeff Bezos' current wealth? $186 billion. To match Jeff Bezos' wealth, not necessarily his tax bracket, but his wealth, I would need 74,698,795,180 primes. Can we get started, okay? Can we get started? Okay, here's the problem. Oh, here's the problem. Is that every time you prime to me, Jeff Bezos gets the other half of the prime. It makes Amazon wealthier. So he's increasing his, actually, not primes are a loss, if you did not know. Primes are a loss for Twitch, and Amazon hates them. Amazon hates Prime. They want to get rid of it, but it's like it would be the death of Twitch almost. So what do you mean what? Amazon hates Primes because Primes is just taking money and paying it out to Twitch streamers with no one paying anything in. It is a loss. It is a net loss. Loss for Amazon on Twitch. It's a loss on Twitch's books. Why is it better for Amazon to keep Twitch a loss and just let it die? It's very hard to create a media company that captures attention at scale in today's world. Very, very hard. And there's a lot of potential to use that attention for some benefit to a company. Twitch has not figured it out yet. It would be crazy for Amazon to just throw it away. Last thing you want is to end up in a Vine situation where you buy a company that's really successful at getting attention, but you can't monetize it, so you shut it down, and then someone else figures it out later, and Twitch is a loss leader for Amazon. Most things associated with Prime are loss leaders for Amazon Prime. The idea is to make Prime so overwhelmingly beneficial in a ton of different ways that you can't imagine life without it. It's like not a subscription; it's a tax that you have to pay. Similar to kind of what Netflix is trying to do, but.
Is demonizing men for objectifying, playing with boobs. I'm just a chill guy. WAP. Women against porn. Except in today's terms, it means wet-ass porn. With modern feminism currently preaching sexual liberation, it may be surprising to learn that at one point it was the complete opposite. In the 1970s, anti-pornography was a growing part of feminism. But when you think about it, it actually makes perfect sense, because it's consistent with the core values of feminism. To demonize the objectification of women and stop the fetishization of sexual violence against them. We know that porn is overwhelmingly aggressive towards women. We also know that consumers are more likely to commit acts of sexual violence, less likely to intervene if they witness an assault, and more likely to objectify and dehumanize women. Porn is seriously bad for both genders, but especially women. So to see the feminist movement glorify platforms like OnlyFans and other adult content feels like a complete slap in the face. How can you possibly complain about how oppressive it is to be objectified and then objectify yourself for profit? I don't understand how modern feminists have come to this conclusion. Actually, that's a lie. I do understand. I completely understand. Because it would go against the sexual liberation movement. It goes against the sex.
Higher education is at a crossroads. Rising tuition costs, political tensions, and debates over free speech have left many questioning the state of American universities. Enter the University of Austin, or UATX, a new school promoting free speech that has sparked both excitement and controversy.
American academics has become corrupt, and our goal is to change that.
But success isn't guaranteed.
You're competing against universities that still get a good bit of public taxpayer support, so starting from scratch is going to be very, very difficult for this school.
UATX says its mission is to restore debate and intellectual freedom to higher education. But is it a beacon of free thought, or just another ideological battleground?
The American dream can be seen as an ideology, but it also is a set of promised material conditions and social mobility and wealth and home ownership and all of these other things.
This classroom may look like any other, but the University of Austin says the environment is distinct.
Real learning is a form of conversation. You create an environment in which there should be things that have surfaced or been discovered that nobody expected at the beginning.
The four-year private school, based in Austin.
Today we are comparing these two very budget-oriented wheel sets to the much more expensive wheel set to my left to find out what are you actually getting when you're spending that much more money.
my forehead is actually going insane.
Specifically, we're talking about carbon race wheels. Now, I have 3 sets of carbon race wheels that we're going to be testing at 3 very different price points. And we're going to start on the low end here. We have $2. I wish these things existed when I first started riding bikes. Because the only option I had was like $2,000. So, last a long time, right? Or if you can't repair them, it doesn't make much sense. So, anyway, we're going to start with the Classic Pros. These are $520. I wish these things existed when I first started riding bikes. Because the only option I had was like $2,000. So, that's kind of what's driving this video to begin with, is I didn't know when I first started riding bikes, specifically when I first started racing bikes, do I need carbon wheels to win races? Like, I kept thinking that was the case. Turns out you don't. But I've always wondered, like, how much do you need to spend on this stuff? So anyway, that's the motivation for this video. Let's get into these wheels here, though, because these are like the Classic Pros. They are classic in every way. The shape here is a very... This is what everything looks like nowadays. The shape of this rim. You don't have those sharp edges anymore like they used to make them. These have standard steel spokes. They are...
You got him right.
are 28 millimeters wide on the outside, and then on the interior they are 21 millimeters. And actually that's true across all these wheels. 28 outside, 21 inside, and that's going to make the testing so much more valuable because they're all the same. Of course, these are 45 millimeters deep. The other Super Teams are 45, and then the C50s from Shimano are 50. So there's a little bit of a difference in depth that we're going to find out if that makes a difference in the actual performance. But as for these Classic Pro 45s, nothing really out of the ordinary here, to be honest. They weigh 1,470 grams, and they have a bunch of spokes. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You know, one thing I noticed is none of the spokes are touching. That's a good sign, especially when we go on the higher end wheels. When you have carbon spokes that are touching, that could be a problem. Get a little bigger in there, they start wearing, it could become compromised. I know the technology's come a long way. A lot of mainstream brands are now using carbon spokes, but like I said in the previous video, there's something to be said for these standard steel spokes. You can find them just about anywhere. They do have spoke holes underneath. Next wheel set. Okay, on to the $1,300 Super Team all carbon Evos. Of course, those are all carbon as well, but these are all carbon because the spokes are bladed carbon. You can see right away. There's a lot more time and money put into the fit and finish of this wheel set. Let's talk about what that actually means, though. Aside from like, oh yeah, it looks nice, I like it, it's got this gloss finish. It's got these dimples, and it's got kind of this like, you know, golf ball sort of thing going on. I'm sure that they claim there's some performance associated aerodynamically with how this is designed. We're gonna test that claim, but these certainly appear more premium. Weight-wise, they are 1,430 grams, only 40 grams lighter than the wheel set that costs $520 at the same depth. This is also a 45 millimeter deep carbon wheel set, 21 millimeter inside width, inner width of the rim, and then a 28 millimeter outside width, just like the other wheels. We talked about that. So what else are you getting? So there's another feature here which I found kind of interesting. Is like, where's the rim tape? You're looking for the rim tape. Well, there's no rim tape. because these are holeless. They're designed this way. The rim bed is like enclosed. So it's nice because you don't have to ever worry about putting on rim tape. But the question becomes like, what happens if you break one of these spokes and you have to install a new spoke? It comes with additional spokes, by the way. We're going to talk a lot more about these spokes because I think that's the defining feature of this wheel set. But the problem is, it's like, it's a nightmare because you have to go in through the valve hole with a magnet, and it is a pain to try to replace a spoke if you have a problem with one of your spokes. Now, I have had problems in the past with carbon spokes. The C50s are a standard. They have been around forever, and they are proven. I mean, they are used by professional teams. INEOS, FPGA, I think. There are a number of World Tour professional teams that use these wheels and have success on these wheels. So I think that that's part of what you're paying for. Let's be honest. You're paying for these wheels to be ridden by other pros because that's part of their marketing program. Let's just speak the truth here. But let's get into the nitty-gritty on why these cost so much. These are $2,000. But at first glance, these aren't a whole lot different than the $500 Super Teams that we first talked about. We're looking at this very kind of standard rim profile shape that is pretty much ubiquitous, other than the kind of weird examples. We'll talk more about the Super Teams after we do the testing. But other than that, these are a little bit deeper than the other two. These are 50 instead of 45. So there's a little bit more carbon on there. And as a result, these actually weigh a bit more. These are 1,530 grams compared to, in case you forgot, the 1,430 on the Evos, all carbon Evos, and the 1,470. So these are heavier, but there's a bit more carbon there. They also don't have any exotic materials. These, again, just like the entry-level Super Teams, have stainless steel spokes in a very familiar pattern here. And these roll through, they came fine. That's another thing is like Shimano is this very well-known brand. There's going to be some quality control assurance once they send these to you. Although, in the defense of Super Team, all of these wheels came great when I first got them. So what else is special about these wheels? Not much. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you guys. These are already mounted up, obviously, you can see. So I'm not going to take them apart like I did the other ones. One thing I will mention is these also have a star ratchet free hub. Actually, it's a little bit different. It's what Shimano calls a direct engagement free hub, but it's essentially a star ratchet. And these also have a different style bearing. Instead of cartridge bearing for the hub itself, these are cup and cone. So super short version, again, not going to get into it, is these are an older technology that Shimano has clung to for decades, for probably 50 years or something. Some people let me know in the comments how long I've been around, but they are easier to service. I always suggest cup and cone and Shimano wheels in general, not necessarily their high-end Dura Ace one, but just an alloy wheel sold by Shimano because they all come standard with this cup and cone style, where if you have to fully service the hub, it's very easy to do so. You can even buy the individual bearings and put the bearings in there if you wish. With cartridge style hub bearings, you are just replacing everything. If there's a problem, you're not like taking apart cartridge style bearing because you'll destroy it in the process. So what you end up having to do is replace the whole thing. There's a small problem. One of the good things is this is more serviceable, and if you're doing a lot of training, especially in really challenging conditions, this might be a better option. We're going to get more into that later on when we're starting to look at the performance of the wheels in addition to the training, but that's kind of big picture for the Shimano Dura AC50. So next what I want to do is I want to mount these wheels on bike, and you guys know the routine here. We're doing the same bike. They're all within, you can see 1231, 1235, 1239. All within single-digit seconds of each other. Same power here, same bike, same position. You guys know the drill. So what does this mean? There isn't a huge aerodynamic advantage among all these wheels. So then this brings us back to the original question. What are you paying? 22.3. These are all within, you can see 1231, 1235, 1239, all within single-digit seconds of each other. Same power here, same bike, same position. You guys know the drill. So what does this mean? There isn't a huge aerodynamic advantage among all these wheels. So then this brings us back to the original question. What are you paying for when you're spending 3, 4, maybe even 5 times as much for one of these high-end wheel sets? I have a hot take I was thinking about while I was out there testing. Part of what you're paying for is the pros use it. The pros use it, so it's good enough for INEOS Grenadiers, it's good enough for me. That's a powerful, very powerful marketing message, but it is still a marketing message, so they pay for that. So let's think about what the pros use. First of all, pros don't care about how much equipment costs, right? They're not paying for it. In fact, it's the opposite. They're getting paid to use it. The sponsorship. So they don't care how much it costs. And here's the hot take. They also don't really care how it performs. Let me explain. They're a business. Let's take INEOS Grenadiers, for example, the team. They have, 15 riders, 20 riders on the roster. They have probably 100 staff members on the roster. They have team cars, they have hotels, they have airfare, they have all of these costs. They're a business, right? They're a for-profit business. They have to take care of all these people. Salaries for athletes, insane. So when they're striking deals with these companies, they're not like thinking, what's the most performance-based wheel? We don't care if we're not making money. Well, this organization, this enterprise, wouldn't exist without money coming in from sponsors. So it's a long-winded way of me saying that basically take that marketing message with a grain of salt, because I don't think there's a huge difference between these not so well-known brands and the really high-end brands. Let's break down each of these wheels. I want to talk about my suggestion based on what we learned from the aerodynamic testing, what we learned from the breakdown on the desk back there, and then also kind of with this idea in mind that just because pros use it doesn't mean it's necessarily the most cost-effective or even performant wheel set. So right off the bat, out of these three, what's my recommendation, my suggestion? What do I think is the best value? Well, it's a no-brainer. It's the Classic Pros. They performed essentially the same as these other ones. You know, they don't have the star ratchet. That's probably the biggest knock I would give to the Classic Pros. They don't have the star ratchet, which I like, but they're $520, you guys. And performance-wise, yeah, this is a sat in a wind tunnel with every variable perfectly controlled. But I think this gives you a very good idea of where we're at in terms of performance. And the Classic Pros, impressed. You could buy almost four Classic Pros for the cost of one Dura AC50. You could buy 2 Classic Pros, put tires and tubes on them, performance tires and tubes, for the same cost as the all-carbon Evos. So I think the Classic Pros are a no-brainer because of the cost to performance calculation. The C50s
on the opposite end of the spectrum, close to $2,000, they might be an attractive option for you if you are really, really looking at marginal gains. They are faster, not by much, but if you're really kind of stretching everything else thin, you're really looking for marginal gains, they might be a good option. And let's not forget that cup and cone bearings might be something that is really attractive for you. We talked about it in the breakdown, but if you're doing a ton of miles and if you are kind of handyman, you like taking apart stuff and fixing it yourself, you're racing and riding in a lot of like rainy, muddy, gravelly, disgusting conditions, then that might be a good option for you. Otherwise, yeah, I don't see a place for the all-carbon Evos. I think that the really thick spokes, the holeless design, the dimples, all that stuff is just pure marketing. It doesn't make you faster. If you like the way they look cool, go for it. If it makes you ride more cool, go for it. But again, Classic Pros for $520. Never thought I'd be saying I'm recommending a $520 set of one of these Chinese wheel set companies, but guys, they're just getting a lot better. So anyway, I want to thank Super Team again for sending wheels for this breakdown, these tests, and if you guys like this type of content, then be sure to subscribe. Let me know in the comments what you would like me to test next. Thanks for watching.
Bro, what the fuck does this keep being recommended to me?
Did you know if you type Zlidiclisifilquitmidim into Google, you get Keanu Reeves? You can also try Zinaz Finamwim for Tom Cruise. Denalicious gets you Winona Ryder, or even whatever this is for Leonardo DiCaprio. Why? You might have some idea already given the other stuff here, but this is not some secret code. It's just what happens when you don't realize you swapped to a different keyboard layout. And because Google is trying to correct for you, mistakenly thinking you're still using a different layout, specifically the Korean keyboard layout. Korea uses a phonetic alphabet, which makes it possible to write any name like Keanu pretty easily. So on a Korean keyboard, you would press these keys in this order to search for Mr. Reeves, but type the same keys using a standard QWERTY English keyboard, and it looks like nonsense. But Google is so used to this happening with people who frequently swap between keyboard layouts and tries to correct for this by giving you Keanu anyways. The same is true in reverse. If you're using a Korean keyboard and you try to search, which is total nonsense in Korean, you'll also get Keanu Reeves. In fact, if you try to Google Translate this, it'll first ask you if you really meant to write Keanu Reeves in English. You have to actually force it to pronounce the nonsense.
ADMOOGDDPPDD.
In 2019, a Twitter user named Robert O was browsing Have I Been Po, a website that shows passwords that have been compromised in a past data breach so you don't reuse them. And he noticed something weird. Among the top passwords used were common things like password or 1234556 or as-digital, but a decent amount of hits were on a seemingly random string of characters. JI32K7 whatever. Why were these random letters used over 1,000 times in different people's passwords? Well, you might expect this already, but it's another keyboard thing. In Taiwanese Mandarin, which uses a keyboard format called Opomofo, typing the keys where JI32K7 and so on are on the English keyboard actually spells out Wodamima, which means my password in Mandarin. Now, if you look at the Chinese characters Wodamima, it really doesn't look like it should take that many key presses to create if you're used to a QWERTY keyboard. But it does. That's because in Opomofo, similar to many other East Asian keyboard layouts, you don't type characters directly. There's too many of them to fit on the keyboard. But instead you type phonetic combinations that get converted into characters via an IME, or an input method editor. What's really interesting is that an IME doesn't always only suggest characters. It can also suggest special symbols, or even emoji. That means it can be faster to write many emoji in an East Asian keyboard layout versus a QWERTY one. If you enable the simplified Chinese keyboard layout in Windows, type Jiao, which is basically the Chinese way of saying in addition to the characters themselves, you also get a flexing arm, and even this little guy. Also, a funny coincidence with the Korean keyboard layout is, well, normally when you type ZZZ, it means... But on the Korean keyboard layout, those same keys spell out KKK, which you might recognize as their version of LOL if you've ever seen Koreans commenting on things online. Why does their laugh sound like KKK? Different languages have different default sounds for things, which is another amusing idea. Like, if I wanted to make a spitting sound, it'd probably be like, ha, twa. But meanwhile... So, how do they spit in Korea? Input confusion isn't just for keyboards, it can happen with other peripherals too. For instance, in Japan, the circle button on a PlayStation controller has always meant yes or confirm, while X meant no or cancel. That might sound weird to anyone who's ever used a PlayStation outside of Japan, because for basically every other country, it's the opposite. Circle means no, and X is yes. Although apparently that all changed with the PS5 controller, where they decided to bring Japan in line with everyone else. PS5 users in Japan now use the X button to confirm an action, and the circle button to cancel something, like everyone else. But what's terrible is that the buttons retained their traditional corresponding actions in older games. So, for example, if a Japanese PS5 user wanted to play Demon's Souls, they'd use X to actually select that game and to load it, but in the game itself, they'd have to use circle to select things. Pressing X would just cancel stuff. It's hard for me to look up, but I imagine this has caused some serious annoyance among Japan's PlayStation users. There's another interesting idea we haven't explored yet, the dominance of English, or at least the Latin character set in computing. I mean, even with these international keyboards, they usually have the Latin script characters first, or foremost, and then whatever unique characters that they have are just below it. Like, I always wondered how they write software in China. I mean, if I wanted to do a list comprehension in Python, I could write something like X for X in range 10 if X is less than 5, as Guido intended. But what if I only knew Chinese? Do they still write for, in, range, and if? Or do they do something like... And if not, does every programmer from a non-English speaking background need to learn at least a little bit of English in order to do their job? Luckily, my dad is a programmer who grew up in China. He studied computer science in the 80s, so I can just ask. Let's find out.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Alex. Hey, I had a question actually about what your school is like. How do they like program in Chinese? Because a lot of the programming languages you use will say things like for, I, in range, whatever. But those are all English words. So do
have to learn English when you study computer science? How did that work?
Okay. So when I studied computer science back in 1990s, 1980s, that was long time ago. And so we learned a lot of binary language. We learned DOS. When I first learned how to program a computer, we learned C language.
Right.
The most advanced language I learned, I believe, is C++.
Sure.
So that was long time ago. So we didn't have a chance to learn like new Java, like Python.
Right, but even like C and C++, there's a lot of English words that they use, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We learned English as a second language since my third grade. So when I get into the college, my English is pretty okay in terms of reading and then writing and all that kind of thing. So the only shortage is that we don't have experience to talk and practice. But as far as reading, English is always, I have no issues.
So would you say like the typical Chinese programmer like knows a bit of English or like had that as part of their training?
When we get into the college, everybody has at least 10 years language experience using English.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so everybody knows a little bit about English.
So it sounds like he already knew plenty of English by the time he started to learn programming. Even if he wasn't conversational, he knew the basic words and phrases, enough to understand the control structure of a typical programming language. And that if you were bound for college, in other words, were one of the people who even had the opportunity to study computer science in the first place, you would have started learning it as a second language pretty early on. And while there have been attempts to create non-English based programming languages, none have really taken off. And that's not too surprising knowing the history of computing. Charles Babbage, Ada Lovelace, Alan Turing, even Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson, the creators of C. Many of the pioneering moments in computing history happened in either England or the US, so it's understandable that many aspects of computer technology even today are centered around the English language. So whether it's random letters throwing surprising results, emoji that show up uninvited, or buttons that suddenly say no when you meant yes, a lot of our digital experience revolves around invisible assumptions about language, about culture, about which key means what. Your computer is just guessing. It's doing its best to understand what you meant based on where it thinks you're coming from. The more you dig into it, the more you might realize we're not just typing into keyboards or clicking buttons. We're trying to translate ideas into an input system, one that was sometimes built around someone else's defaults. Sometimes it gets it right, and sometimes it gets it circled. Thanks for watching.
What the fuck?
Litt godteri, sjokolade til de som løper fortest i morgen. Vi har samlet 69 mennesker til å løpe for mental helse. Det er så jævlig bra vær, mann. Erlend?
Who won?
I want to start off by saying that you can be anything that you want to be, especially on Facebook.
Confucius lived in a time when there were these warring kingdoms in a territory that later became China. But what he said was that there had been this period of great order in the past, that the lines between inferior and superior were clear, and there was a kind of synergy between superior and inferior that kept everything ticking along really nicely. He thought that hierarchical relationships were a good thing, and that the trick was that both sides in a hierarchical relationship owed something to the other. So the father and son relationship was a key one. The father deserved respect from the son, but owed the son care and benevolence. And things would be fine as long as both sides in a relationship held up their end. And he had a whole series of these relationships. The husband to the wife was, again, an unequal one of the husband being superior to the wife, but him owing the wife care and her owing him deference. And he had the same notion that then the emperor to the ministers, these were all parallels. And there were no egalitarian relationships in Confucianism. Even something that in the West we often think of as a kind of quintessentially egalitarian relationship between brothers.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly.
Why did you have to add shadows?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Someone drew this like.
No,
there it is.
No. Wait. What are you doing, Harry? It's
The next one. The next one.
No, Harry,
Look at that, dude.
Oh my
god.
I didn't look at the notes. I didn't look at the notes.
Look at that arm.
Wait, this is working though.
Not
looking at the
notes.
notes
before
you even do the animation. GG's. Oh shit, GG's.
You didn't. You were so slow. You drew falling so slow.
Bro got so bored he drew.
Bro,
That creep was such a good choice, bro. It's so good. This is
What's wrong with you, Miles? What's wrong with you, bitch?
I know, bro got bored. Bro drew a webcam. Bro got so bored he drew a webcam. Who is that? CeeLo, you got so bright you drew a webcam.
I did that like
Wait.
Oh
Wait,
my
this is
God.
good. This is good. This is good.
Okay,
Honestly-
do you understand?
Oh, I didn't give him. Go be frame.
Holy.
Oh my God.
Yo!
This is good.
Yo!
This is so good,
Okay,
bro.
okay.
Wait, but speed it up.
Hi.
Yo! Wait!
Make it pause in the last one. Make it pause in the last one. Max.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, who used like a bunch of scribbling opacity though?
Actually, you just
I can't believe I made him.
It's cool. It's actually cool.
The impact frame was cool though.
This Vanta Black.
So most Americans don't know this, but we're at war with these guys right here. The Houthis, down in Yemen, and this is really flying under the radar. Personally, I feel like it's not getting anywhere near the attention that it should. And this little clip of their special forces, we're gonna come back to this. We'll do a whole back half of this video, react to this 4-minute clip of them training to fight the Americans and the Israelis for what it's worth. Oh, the Brits as well. But nonetheless, I don't know what else you call this than a war. We've been conducting 38 days of consecutive military strikes against a singular group, whether it's a group or a nation state. To get an idea, some context here, the last time the United States carried out this length of attacks, this duration of attacks, you gotta go back to at least 2018-19, in the dying days of the Islamic State Caliphate in Syria. But even then, we might hit 38 consecutive days of attacks. I doubt we hit the volume of munitions that are being used against Houthi targets right now. It's something, it's telling. And whether you think it's a good thing or a bad thing, we'll get into the rationale here in a moment. We should at least recognize that it's happening, and we are escalating the conflict day in and day out. Now, U.S. Central Command, Department of Defense is putting out footage every single day showing our brave sailors, airmen, and Marines out there in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden conducting these strikes nonstop. Again, every single day we're seeing new clips. We're not getting a lot in terms of the battle damage assessment. I do have this clip here to show you a little bit before and after the Ross-E support after the United States carried out a series of strikes there. By and large, we don't really know the effectiveness of the strikes at this point. The Trump administration expanded the scope of viable targets. So under the Biden administration, they were largely going after missile and drone launch locations, sometimes after weapon storage facilities, but it was largely reactive. And this is where I think it's important to address the idea that something has changed. Again, you can argue for the better or for the worse. The Houthis are a bad group. I don't like them. I mean, look at their flag. Death to America, curse be upon the Jews. Like, this is not a group that likes us, not by a long shot. They're bad. It's a terrorist organization. Nobody's arguing that. This is not an apology for the Houthis. It's just the recognition that the United States is kind of ramping up military operations, again, kind of under the radar. Now, if we go back to the Biden administration attacks, again, relatively reactive. Already we've seen more strikes, more munitions used during just the last month or so of attacks under Trump than we did since November 2023 under Biden. Nonetheless, these operations were happening under the previous administration. So if you want to say that it started back in November 2023, that's fine. That's the origin of this series of attacks, which brings us into kind of what's happening here. Back in November 2023, after Israeli forces moved into the Gaza Strip following the October 7th massacre carried out by Hamas, the Houthis stood up and said, it is our legal obligation to fight back against what we perceive as a genocide occurring in Gaza, and they used what they believe was the only method at their disposal, shutting down international shipping through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which we'll pull up a map of Yemen here. You can see this small strait that Houthi-controlled territory looks over. You can see how it doesn't take very much, a couple drones, a couple unmanned surface vessels, international shipping just says, we're not going through there anymore. And that's essentially been the case now for much, coming on a year and a half, if you will. And shipping is still relatively depressed. So the Houthis said, we're going to continue to do this, and they've expanded their scope. At one point it was just Israeli ships, and it was Israeli, British, American ships, and it was any ship that might actually go to American, Israeli, or British port. And look, by and large, the targeting's been all over the place. They've hit a lot of ships, which has served to further depress any international shipping through the region. The United States then began to conduct strikes against Houthi targets in response to this, saying we are there to protect international shipping. We even heard that under this administration as well. The argument in Signalgate about a month ago at this point, or less than a month ago, where we saw Vice President Vance and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz going back and forth on why we're doing this. And it was all tied to protecting free shipping on the international seas. So you got essentially two sides fighting two different wars, if that makes sense. The Houthis are saying we're not necessarily attacking Americans, although that's changing recently. They're saying we just are trying to put some pressure on people who force Israel to leave the Gaza Strip, lift the siege of Gaza, and allow humanitarian aid. That, for all the Houthi faults, and my God, there's a lot of them, they've been very consistent in that messaging from day one. Their strikes that they carried out yesterday, you will see that mentioned in their announcement. We will continue to do this until the siege of Gaza is lifted. Keep that in mind. Now this kind of gets us into, when do we call it war, or like what is that, what line needs to be crossed? And I get here in the United States, or really around the world, nobody declares war anymore, so it's a bit of a problem. I feel like we still need a term to use their conflict. Maybe it doesn't really do it skirmish. Something has changed here. All right, so just earlier today, the United States announced we carried out an airstrike in Somalia. I don't think anybody in the United States would say, yeah, we're at war in Somalia. You might group that under the overall global war on terror, but 2 drone strikes in the last 2-3 weeks, which is actually kind of an increase in itself. I just don't think that fits the same label as what's happening in Yemen right now. And I understand that people push back on that and say that's not fair, it's all the same, or the line was over here and we crossed it long ago. But there's something about continued military operations day in and day out with no clear end state. Right? The United States is saying here, we're going to keep doing this until the Houthis stop. Well, there's no indication they're stopping at all. So it just feels like this is very different than the one-off strike in Syria to kill an Islamic State leader or Al Qaeda figure or something like that. But again, I understand that somewhere that folks might want to push back or could very easily push back on. Now, in terms of what the Houthis are doing at this point, because I feel like it's not just our actions against them. At one point Al Qaeda said they were at war with the United States, but we don't really know that. Like we weren't at war with them. If that makes sense. This is one where they're shooting at us too, and they're talking about this day in and day out. They just held like a Security Council meeting. Source put up a picture here. I think that's the term they use, this fancy indoor camouflage room, and they said they're just preparing future operations against the United States, preparing to respond against what they're calling American aggression. So we have entered battle plans long ago. Now, what we've seen recently are some attacks against Israel, long-range drones and missiles. By and large, those all appear to have been intercepted mostly by Israel, or they've fallen apart en route. At one point, the Houthis had gotten, I think, a drone or two through Israeli air defense, not recently though. And those are relatively, they're not happening all that frequently. A couple times a week maybe at most, which is still, that's still something. On the other hand, they're announcing strikes against American carriers. We've got the USS Carl Vinson, which came over from the Pacific here, and then the Harry Truman has been operating there for a while, and their deployment was just extended. The Houthis have claimed attacks against those ships almost every day for about a month now. Now, we've not heard anything. Right out the gate, the DoD said the Houthis missed by something like 100 miles, which means they borderline fired in the wrong direction. Since then, we haven't really heard anything at all. I do not think there's a high likelihood that the Houthis actually impacted any of our ships and successfully hit any targets, but we don't know if they're continuing to miss. If these attacks are happening at all, could be the case, right? They could just be saying it. Although a lot of their other claims, we do actually have some evidence to back it up, so keep that in mind. We don't know if these munitions are getting close to the U.S. ships and they're being shot down, if they're failing en route, anything like that. So we're not hearing anything from the DoD on that side of the fight. Now, when we are seeing evidence of these attacks, it's playing out with the drone shootdowns. Now, drones, rather lose a drone than manned aircraft, 10 times out of 10, no questions asked. But we also can't just completely write this off. The Houthis have shot down 25 total U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drones since 2017. There's one in 17, I think one in 19, and then kind of a break, but really it's been an uptick recently. A lot in 2024, and then we're spiking now 2025. Earlier this week, they shot down 2 inside of 24 hours, and we have the footage of those. So I know this is one where, again, this is a terrorist organization. People say Houthis, they just make stuff up. I wouldn't believe them. Well, they're bringing the receipts. So I don't, this is again something that the United States is not commenting on at all, but these look to me like Reapers that were shot down. So far, we know that 6 have been shot down in April alone. Now, these are slow-moving aircraft. They're much easier to target than, fighter jets piloted by American personnel over Yemen, which are also being used in these strikes. But again, these are $30 million drones. There's a cost there. So this gets back to the question, like, what is a war or not? Is it a war when they're shooting our drones down? Well, I don't know, maybe. Those drones are designed, we're using those to identify targets and or conduct kinetic strikes against Houthi militants and Houthi positions. So, like, these are not one-way attack drones. These are not suicide munitions. They're designed for one-time use. They're not disposable. The idea is that we bring them back and use them again. But of course, they're pretty susceptible in the Houthi airspace. Now, I've seen people say, how on earth, you see these videos of munitions down, guys running around in sandals, maybe shaking AK-47s. People saying, how are they doing this? That doesn't make sense. That's another thing. I think folks are saying this can't be genuine. They must be making it up because there's no way the people I see in this video here found a way to shoot down a U.S. Reaper drone. Here's the thing. They've got a bunch of Iranian surface air missiles. And the Houthis will claim that every one of these is homemade, and they developed it, and manufactured it, and tested it, and all that inside of Yemen. But based off everything we've seen, the Defense Intelligence Agency put together an incident report about a year ago, showing how all these Houthi munitions, like across the board, are essentially direct replicas of the Iranians. So the Iranians are either sending the munition entirely, like the full missile is being smuggled into the Houthis, which is more and more difficult as time goes on. More likely, we got parts being smuggled in, and then there might be shifted some sort of assembly, kind of train the Houthis, the Yemenis, in how to assemble some of these munitions once they've been smuggled in part by part. There's really not a lot of indications that the Houthis are developing this type of technology on their own. Nonetheless, it's been pretty effective, and a lot of Reapers are getting shot down. Another key aspect here that I just want to call out is it doesn't really seem like anybody else is doing anything here, which is interesting. This is essentially the United States versus the Houthis, and that's it. I mean, we can include Israel here for sure, because again, the Houthis claim that the reason they're doing this is because of Israel's war in Gaza, and Israel's been under siege of Houthi munitions, Houthi missile and drone strikes recently. But the last time the Israelis actually did something against the Houthis, you go back to December 2024. So it's outside the range of this most recent uptick in U.S. strikes. We have not had coalition help.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Nordic Skiing and Running Club. Today we're diving into the world of endurance training and exploring the unique methods that have made Jakob Ingebrigtsen one of the world's leading long-distance runners. If you're new to the channel, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more videos like this. So let's get started. Jakob Ingebrigtsen hails from Norway and is a part of a running dynasty. One of the most exciting elements of Jakob's training is the Norwegian model, which has started to change the game of endurance training globally. But what exactly is the Norwegian model? It's based on two main components: a high volume of low-intensity training, complemented by lactate-guided threshold interval training. Picture it like this. Imagine you have a cake that's made mostly from a simple, base ingredient. That's your low-intensity training. It's the foundation, making up most of the cake, or in Jakob's case, most of his running regimen. Now, imagine adding in some flavor. These add interest and depth, just like the lactate-guided threshold training adds intensity and pushes the boundaries in Jakob's routine. The high-volume, low-intensity part is not new to the world of endurance sports. In practice, it means Jakob does a lot of easy running. For example, Jakob typically does 10K easy runs, keeping a pace of around 3 minutes 45 to 50 seconds per kilometer. This might sound fast to some of us, but remember, we're talking about one of the world's best runners. For him, this is a comfortable, almost leisurely pace. Stay tuned until the end of this video to discover what a typical training week looks like for Jakob. The other part of the Norwegian model is what they call a lactate-guided threshold interval training. What a mouthful, right? But don't worry, it's simpler than it sounds. Basically, Jakob does particular workouts where he's running and regularly checking his lactate levels. Imagine running around a track and having to frequently stop and check your blood levels to ensure you're pushing yourself just hard enough, but not too hard. That's essentially what Jakob does in these sessions. He's in full control. He'll often use a treadmill for these workouts, which makes it easier to control his pace and reduce variables like terrain. And they're not just continuous runs, they're broken into intervals, with rests in between to avoid pushing himself too hard and needing extensive recovery time. So he might run for a set period or distance, then take a short break, and repeat. Now, we all know that variety is the spice of life, and that's no different for Jakob's training regimen. Every week he tackles hill training. This involves running 20 200-meter hill routines. With the rest period being a leisurely jog back down the hill. This is often the most challenging workout of the week, pushing his lactate levels even higher. This has soon become a trendy workout among runners at all levels. If it works for Jakob, it should work for you and me, right? So what does a regular training week look like for Jakob? Here's an example. Monday, morning 10K easy run, followed by strength training, and its rest in between. Thursday, morning, hill sprint interval. Evening, 6K easy recovery run. Friday, morning, 8K tempo run at slightly below race pace. Evening, 5K easy run plus stretching session. Saturday, morning, long run, 18 to 20K at a steady pace. Evening, rest or light stretching. Sunday, active recovery, 8K, very easy pace. Evening, rest. Copy this program at your own risk.
Welcome back to your favorite roasted by me. I want to say is that like most priorities of what to be. Okay, let's dive in. Mathematics, right? Description. Welcome back to your favorite episode on your favorite series on MathTube. Your proofs are trash. And today we're going to be viewing some truly trash proofs that were submitted by viewers who finally submitted their proofs for roasting. Now, I'm going to put some sections in the description, some timestamps, so I'm going to yap for a little bit first. You can jump right to the roasting if you want. A couple things to say. First, I had so many email responses after the last video with people submitting the proofs that I had to start giving generic email responses. This doesn't mean that I have enough submissions, so please, if you're willing to have your proofs roasted by me, you can submit them to K-Theory Tutoring. And I need bad proofs, guys. Today, at least, quite a few people submitted some truly bad proofs that we can learn from. Because your proof isn't that bad, we're not going to learn a lot from it. And it's going to be low in my list of priorities of what to cover. So, with that being said, let's get into it. Now, as we look at this first one, I just want to say first a very big thank you to everyone who submitted, even if your proof has not appeared in this episode or any other of numbers, so, you know, at a surface level viewing, this looks pretty nice. The collapse conjecture states, right? Yeah. I mean, these are what I would say, just for like good mathematical, like this is the introduction, right? So those are maybe okay things to say in the abstract, but the introduction is, I mean, this is your chance to explain what you mean by the consistent mapping behavior of digital roots denoted by O and even numbers by E. Why? Like, if you're gonna do something with odds and evens, like just prove it, right? So like odd number with dr mod 3 equals 1, like that's not really a great way to write it, right? So, you know, you'd say something like suppose, you know, so dr is maybe you could write that as a function, right? So suppose dr or 1, or suppose, you know, n is odd, then if drn is congruent to 1 mod 3, or whatever the statement was, and then blah, 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 right? So state it as a theorem and then prove it rigorously. Right? So similar things. There just seems to be a lot of like bullet point maps and not a lot of proofs, right? So probably similar sorts of things we're going to find over in this document. Main construction, so what's going on here? Define a linear transformation, define a transformation from A0 to 1. So what do you mean by 1? What do you mean by 1? Is that supposed to be A1? What are the AN? Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on here. You define a subset of natural numbers. Okay. Was this maybe supposed to be A sub n? Yeah, not so clear, right? Not so clear. Okay, maybe there's a definition, but yeah, so it's not so clear what's the difference. What are the differences between these two sets? Not even so clear, right? So we got some unclear definitions going on here. What else? Oh yeah, this is a not uncommon thing to try and actually, doing a sort of eigenvalue type thing with recursive sequences. What else is going on? Yeah, I guess that's all I'll say about this document. And probably these other two documents are much of the same, so maybe I'll just brush over them. Yeah, I don't know if there's so much more interesting things to say about these documents. Yeah, this looks very similar to the other document we looked at already. So, yeah. Defines to be those rational numbers in Q such that R is strictly less than X is a dedicated class. So I believe this is ultimately what this is going towards. And then, well, one of the first things we're supposed to do is prove that X is the supremum of CX. Okay, so good. We want to say, so yeah, here's the crux of the matter. So we want to be able to say that the set CX is non-empty, right? So then, this is supposed to be for any X in R. So for any X in R, we want to prove that this set, for any X in R, we want to prove that this set, it's supremum. So we need non-emptiness, regardless. Now, as X is in R, R is in Q, so here's where some of the issue is. What do you mean by R is in Q? What is R? Right, like in this case, R is just working, in the definition of the set, R is just working as some sort of dummy variable. I guess I can draw directly on here, and maybe make it easy, right? In this case, R is just working as some sort of dummy variable. So it doesn't really make sense to say R in Q. I mean, you could either say, you could say suppose. Oh, this isn't going to work well for me. We could say something like suppose R is in Q ... Or more likely, you want to say something to the effect of, suppose. Well, yeah. Either way, I don't think there's a good way to get the proof going in this direction. And then here's the thing: is we want to prove this for general X, right? And then our viewer said choose an arbitrary X like X equals 1. That's a problem, right? We want to prove to work in general. So as soon as we picked X equals 1, all generality is out the window. So that doesn't really work, right? So here's how we can prove that it's non-empty. So you could say something like note that X minus 1 is strictly less than X. Hence, by the density of the rationals in the real numbers, we can choose R in Q such that X minus 1 is less than R is less than X, right? Thus, R is in CS. There we go. So it's non-empty. Or rather, if you're a constructivist, then it's inhabited, which is not the same as non-empty. Right. So for the second part, we want to show that X is an upper bound. So nice. We're saying that X is greater than R for everything in this set. So that proves that X is an upper bound. Fantastic. Yeah. It's bounded by
Bro, I have no problem understanding this. Damn, I guess I'm pretty good at math. Like this shit. This is what I'm learning right now. A1 is a set of x1 such that x1 is a natural number. This function, or I guess this equation holds. And x0 is in the set a not. This feels badly written, but N is a natural number as well. I guess A not is the initial set, with X not being a natural number. Is a set of all X not such that.
So yeah, that part's not really. You've got something. Maybe it's something like you could have X, and then I like to, and you should, I mean, explain this to the reader before you write it. But I like to use the wedge possibly if I need to use like a big expression like this. So I don't know, something like. So say we had something like this. Give it a second to compile here. So I would write it as something like this. Maybe if you have some crazy expression like that, use that wedge for a really big unwieldy exponentiation. Yeah, that's probably. Of course, if you do have this big product in the exponent, like what's a good way to do it? The reverse definition helps do that in precise. So we've got some formulas here, and then yeah, here's where things start to get a little unreadable. I mean, minor grievance, but yeah, just use your slash left. That doesn't work all that well. Just use your slash left and your slash right on your braces. Just makes the whole document a lot more readable. But here's the really bad thing is this X. Yeah, it's not clear what's even going on here. Is X just being multiplied by this whole term? Is this whole term supposed to be in the exponent? I really don't know. Really, yeah, not ideal notation. Of course, if you do have this big product in the exponent, like what's a good way to do it? I don't know. Like sometimes.
X would work, but that's e to the x. How would it do x? Wait.
Sometimes it just sucks. But so one thing we could do maybe is something like you could have X, and then I like to.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay. I guess this maybe could be written as well.
And you should, I mean, explain this to the reader before you write it. But I like to use the wedge, possibly, if I need to use, like, a big expression like this. So, I don't know, something like... So say we had something like this. Give it a second to compile here. So I would write it as something like this, maybe. If you have some crazy expression like that, use that wedge for a really big, unwieldy exponentiation. Yeah, that's probably... mind you, yeah, that can also get out of hand, so maybe in the comment section, people below can make their suggestions. Because this is also something... Yeah, anyways.
How's the function? Okay, that's...
Mind you, yeah, that can also get out of hand, so maybe in the comment section, people below can make their suggestions. Because this is also something, yeah, anyway. We've got a nice induction through space. Yeah, I would not do this with the equal sign in the middle. That's probably, mind you, yeah, that can also get out of hand. So maybe in the comment section, people below can make their suggestions, because this is also something. Yeah. Anyway. You've got a nice induction-proof base case, enunciation. Yeah, that's probably, mind you, yeah, that can also get out of hand. So maybe in the comment section, people below can make their suggestions. This is also something. Yeah, that use that wedge for a really big unwieldy exponentiation. Yeah, that's probably, mind you, yeah, that can also get out of hand. So maybe in the comment section, people below can make their suggestions, because this is also something. Yeah. Anyways. You've got a nice induction-proof base case. Yeah, I would not do this with the equal sign in the middle. If you run out of space, at least. Oh, and we've got a lack of equal signs lined up here. Yeah, that's really bad. So let me just say, when you run out of space like this, the thing to do, at least this is the sort of thing we typically do in like the editing work that I do. Let's say we have something like the sum. Then if it's too big, pretend it's not going to be in this example, right? If it's too big, I'll do something like I'll put the line here in front of the sum, and then the equal sign, and then the rest of the expression down below here. So something like this. But then also just always make sure that for the rest of all of your computations, like always just have your equal signs aligned in a row. Never have a mix. Like if your equation's small enough to fit on one line, where it can be left to right, okay. But never have a mix. You'll make me very sad. Ending if you have a mix like that. Have your equal signs aligned in a row. Never have a mix. Like if your equation's small enough to fit on one line, where it can be left to right, okay. But never have a mix. You'll make me very sad. Ending if you have a mix. This doesn't look good. Yeah. But then the rest of it seems cool. Ooh, I don't know if I like that star there. That's not great. Yeah, I'm just use a
Is that a multiplier?
Yeah, I'm just use a dot or parentheses or something. But otherwise, I would say the rest of this looks fine. Looks not too bad. Yeah, just glancing it over. Oh, for this, use C dots. So if ever you have operations like this, so L dots. So if you have like
Let's see dots, center dots. Maybe.
Something like this, like some sort of sequence of elements like this. Basically, the only time you're using L dots is pretty much just when you have a comma separated list of entries. In basically every other scenario.
The fuck?
Scenario, if you have something with sums, you should be using C dots as such. You should be using C dots as such. Yeah. So that's pretty much that. You should be using C dots as such. Yeah. So that's pretty much that. What else do we got going on? So there's one last. Oh yeah, and then this. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's fine. That's probably that could be going outside of the margins though. So at this point I would do with this expression here that trick I had. So basically this will be on one line. Put the ampersand in front here, and then have this on the next line with the ampersand below. Probably make it fit on the page better. And so finally we have C dots as such. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's fine. That's probably that could be going outside of the margins though. So at this point I would do with this expression here that trick I had. So basically this will be on one line. Put the ampersand in front here, and then have this on the next line with the ampersand below. Probably make it fit on the page better. And so finally we have a tech submitted document. So maybe I made a mistake somewhere in downloading this somehow, but I don't think so. One of the big errors was that it did not begin with a document class article. So I don't know how this document was even written because I wasn't there when I downloaded this document. So I don't even know how it initially compiled. Also, there was this restriction was a slash restriction. So I'm guessing in their own preamble they had, or I guess in a separate macros document they had defined slash restriction, but it isn't in this document, so I had to take that away before it compiled. But that was actually the only point in this document where it actually seems to appear. So that's also kind of strange. So yeah, what do we? I'm not even sure what we're looking at. We've got restriction.
It's not even English. What?
Compatibility lemma. What detheology is some sort of differentiable thing, topological thing going on here. Maybe some chief things. But then. Yeah, okay, I guess this DFRF notation is defined here, but here's the thing, this document, what is the script D with those in the subscript? I suppose that's being explained here, but then this is a real nightmare notation. DTPLG? Oh, don't use an acronym like that, just come up with some other symbol. Just come up with some other symbol, just a single symbol will do, and it'll be way more readable. And then also, if you're going to do something, like if you insist, I mean you should not do this, but if you're going to insist on that, like do something like mathrm DTPLG, right, something like that, so it displays regularly. But also just don't do that, just don't ever do that. Yeah. So let's see. Also, yeah, let's go look over at this part. Let's see how they're making that. Yeah. So if you want your arrows like that, you want to use Langle and Wrangle. So if we do Langle, I don't know, and it also adjusts. So this environment also adjusts automatically. Oh, Wrangle. I'm used to calling it law and raw because those are the commands oh, you know what? I lied. I guess it doesn't adjust automatically. That's too bad. But still, the Langle Wrangle looks way better than using the manual like this symbol, you know. So use the Langle Wrangle like if you're doing an inner product or something, you know, or you know, this notation for like ideal generated by. Yeah, you should save. Yeah, like look, that just doesn't look good in here. You should definitely save that for just a less than or a less than or greater than sign. Yeah, what else can we say here? Yeah, it seems like something going on. There's a chiefy something going on in this document, but I haven't seen the word chief yet. Yeah, and then this whole paragraph is just very messy. I mean, part of the less than, greater than signs are part of what's making it messy. But also, especially because if you're using big cups and big caps like this, don't have this in the paragraph, right? So, yeah, how would I edit some of these things? So let's see here. You know, I would add something here. By the way, here's a little trick that I use to keep things a little more organized in my own text. So I like to put these little, little percent signs there. It just helps break up some of the text and helps break up paragraphs without putting things in here. So yeah, you don't have page counts to worry about. So if you have a big cup or big cap like this, you know, just put it in display mode. It gives everything way more room to breathe. And right, let me adjust it like this. Right, it just gives it way more room to breathe and makes it way more readable. So yeah, I would always for larger expressions like this. I would always just break it up in display mode like that. I think that's pretty much it. I think that's going to do it for today's episode. So hopefully you learned a little bit. Thanks again to everyone who submitted. I'll just remind you again, if you want to submit some proofs for roasting, send me an email. The worse they are, the more likely I'm actually going to talk about it in one of these episodes. So send me a truly bad proof that has some stuff like this so we can talk about it, and also so that people can learn. So now that you've seen how not to proof things, hopefully this gives you a better idea how to go off and proof things for the rest of your day today. So good luck with that. And
This isn't even a proof. Yeah, okay, never mind.
welcome back to your
This is the bike which I built a few weeks ago over on GCN Tech. A bike which I feel can rival the performance of some of the fastest, most exotic bikes available on the market in 2023. But this bike just cost £1,000 to build. And in order to prove if this bike truly can rival the performance of top spec bikes, which cost over £10,000, come to a racetrack for a race. Come to the famous Castle Combe race circuit located in the southwest of England. The track is 3 kilometres long, and during the week when the race cars aren't screaming around here, they let us lycra-clad road cyclists race around. So I've entered the elite race for tonight, which is actually the highest category within the UK racing system. And the guys that race the elite category take things pretty seriously. Not only that, they've got some pretty serious kit, which I'm going to take a look at in just a few minutes. I'm also going to take a closer look at my bike in a few minutes. While I'm currently putting my numbers on, let me just give you a heads up about the speed that these races typically go at. So I've raced these a couple of times before, and you can generally expect the elite race to have an average speed of between, carry on saying this, between 45 and 50 kilometers an hour for a whole hour, which is kind of bonkers. I'm going to get finishing pinning my number on. I need to make aero to help make me go even faster, and then I'm going to venture around to the car park and try and find some of the guys in my race and take a look at their bikes, and crucially, ask them how much they work. Right, first spot on bike control. Justin, I'd like to come and see you after you've made it into episode 3 on the tech episode. Right, tell us about your bike then.
Proper F, latest greatest, do a bit of old Dura-Ace, new old Tegra. Obviously the MD wheels because they're the finest.
It looks very fancy, doesn't it?
Pretty nice.
How much is it?
So you're back about 12,000 quid.
You get nearly 12 on my bike for that. Rob, tell us about your bike.
This is an Aura Venturi tailor-made.
Yeah.
That was clean as fuck, holy shit.
I'll take a GIT with reserve wheels.
Yeah.
Tyres is Continental tubeless.
All right, most important question I'm asking people. How much does this bike set you back?
I'll say about £5,000, but don't tell the missus.
That's actually quite good value, is it not, for a new bike?
Pretty good value for money.
Right, next bike, Liam. Tell us a little bit about it. What's going on?
Well, I've got the 9-speed Sora.
That's good.
Never let me down, never let me down.
Good to see, like, value for money components at bike races.
Got Pirelli P0s.
All right, power meter, you got some aluminium handlebars, carbon frame. It's looking all right. How much do you reckon this bike set you back? What's it worth?
I don't know, couple thousand.
You reckon?
With everything.
All in?
Well, if you include the computer and stuff.
Fair play, all right. All right, last but not least, George, tell us about your bike.
So we've got an SOX SL7.
Yeah.
Dual Race 11 speed throughout. CLX wheels, running Conti GP 5000s with some latex tubes. And quad power meter, dual-sided. And some little seabed pulleys as well on the rear as well.
Oh, little speedy pulleys.
Yeah.
Love it.
That's clean
right,
as
final
fuck.
question.
Yeah.
I've asked everyone, how much is your bike?
How much is your bike? I think it's roughly about £10,000 to £11,000.
That's quite a lot, isn't it?
It's quite a lot of money, yeah.
Yeah, but it'll be worth it if you beat me in the race, though, won't it?
We'll have to see, won't we?
Right, to the grid. Enough about other people's bikes, let me tell you a little bit more about mine. So, this is the bike which I spent the last few weeks upgrading over on GCN Tech. The original base bike is a giant OCR3, and it cost me £200. But since then, I've upgraded other areas of the bike, and if you want to see what I've done, check those videos out. But in total, it set me back, give or take, around £1,000. But what about if you're someone, say, starting cycling from scratch? Not only are you going to have to buy a bike, you also have to buy all the kit and the helmet and the shoes, everything I've got on. So I reckon all in, you're looking at close to the best bit of £3,000 for this setup that I'm going to ride around here, which is still less than quite a lot of modern bikes that you buy brand new. I mean, if you remove the fact about the power meter, we're much down close to the £2,000 marker, which in my eyes is actually not too bad, really, all things considered. Now, those of you who are regular viewers over on GCN Tech will notice the Dura-Ace 10-speed crank on my bike. Now, I did say that I would do a forfeit for undervaluing a modern Dura-Ace crank. However, there were at least 3 people in the comments who said there was no need for me to do that, so I'm going to take their word for it and ignore that the whole thing happened. Anyway, I've rambled on for long enough. The race actually starts in 9 minutes. I should probably go and warm up with everybody else. And I'll see you on the start line. Right, we're on the start line. Everyone's got some mega kit. We're ready to go. It's going to be an hour of full gas racing. I can't help but notice my bike looks considerably cheaper than everyone else's. Whatever. See how it goes. So, with the race underway, I switched on my old racing brain from a few years ago and focused on 2 aspects to start with: hiding from the wind and staying near the front of the group. This all went well for the first couple of laps, but it wasn't long until my old racing brain forgot that I don't actually have the same level of fitness from 2018. So after attacking and staying so low for just a minute or so, I soon found myself back in the pack with my tail between my legs, but crucially, still with a smile on my face. The bike was holding up well, and following on from last year when I raced a budget bike here, I'm pleased to say that the chain stayed on the bike. In fact, the bike was serving me well, and it was only my legs and body which still seemed to be the weakest link. Aerodynamically, this bike isn't quite up there with modern top spec bikes, but the position I was riding in is aerodynamic, and that is the most important part. The most annoying part about my budget bike has to have been the shifters and their tiny little thumb buttons, which are physically impossible to reach and change into a harder gear when you're riding on the drops, which is kind of important when you're racing. Attacks came thick and fast around the halfway marker, and soon my budget bike and I were on the limit, regularly riding north of 500 watts, even when following behind other riders. This was until the elastic finally snapped, and 10 or so riders went clear up the road. My budget bike and I left behind, feeling sorry for ourselves in the main bunch. I tried to bridge across with my pals Justin and George, but it was just too little, too late. We returned to the bunch, where I sat the last rider for some time, trying to regain my composure, and chatted with a few other riders who didn't make the front group as well. With a few laps remaining, I found a second wind and was soon riding clear with a small group of riders, each of us trying to salvage a respectable finish position. And with just 3 laps to go, we'd broken clear, sat between the lead group and the main bunch. As we approached the finish line, sprinting with all of our effort, I cast my mind back to earlier when I said to George that having his £10,000 bike would be worth it if he beat me. At which point, we crossed the finish line. George, just 1 place in front of me. Okay, I just looped back to the finish. First things first, I survived. That's a good success. The bike didn't let me down. My body just about held up. Started really fast. Pretty strong winds, fast into the finish, tailwind.
Good morning, mathematicians. Perhaps I worried some of you that I wasn't streaming again today. But I am. No longer in front of a barn, sadly, but...
So V is an ID. Right. I mean, if the polynomial factors, it should just be like part of.
While since I've touched it.
That's good.
So I want right. So, but it's not a lot.
PewDiePie installing Linux, and so should you.
Oh, you little guy. Oh, you disgusting little thing. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, look at yourself. You're the blob from I Have No Mouth, but I Must Scream. Oh, who did this to you? Was it Windows? Oh, Mac OS? Oh.
I hope you know that the actual video is normal looking. This is just my Linux experience. There's not actually even a joke going on right here.
Don't worry. I can save you. Install Linux. What if I told you you can look like this? Anyway, let me start this off by saying I am not a tech guy. You saw my PC building video. Looks all bent.
Was a tech guy using fucking Emacs and writing Rust code. feel like I can. I'm not sure about this one, but let's do this here. Okay. Bro, my head is huge. What the fuck? What the fuck would you use fractions? It's so fucking annoying. Divided by half, yes. And plus, so we get minus 4, 5, 0. Right? Minus 4/5 divided by 1/2 plus 2/5. 2/5 times 1. Yeah. But is this like a span? No, I think it's just 1, 2. Wait a minute. Jeg føler ikke at du bruker det. Jo. Oi. Vi setter y er lik bo. Er det pp? Og y derivert er lik p derivert. Så senere får vi da at v derivert er lik dv, tror jeg. Faen, jeg husker ikke, ass. Ok, da skal vi jobbe med det nok, så vi får til de, alltid. Jeg husker ikke, ass. Jeg husker ikke. Er ikke den her jeg skal gjøre? Jo. Where the fuck did you use the characteristic polynomial thing? No, not that. The she, one he, lambda t. Which one? Doesn't this make sense? Okay, I have to look. How do I go to a different page? Here? There we go. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Do you even need this step? Why can't you just jump straight to this step? Oh, do you want to do? Should we do something cool? C1 exp 1/2 t v2 is c2 exp minus 1/2 t. Oh. Wait, no. We have this. Okay, I guess we go back. Wait, what? How fucked it? Okay, I have the thing. Plug in for T. Solve for C1 and C2. Then change out C1 and C2. Okay, that wasn't too difficult. I probably would have done it correctly by guessing. Wait, and this isn't Y derivative, right? This is just supposed to be Y of T, right? Yeah. Wait, what? This is supposed to be like this. I've done something incorrectly here. Okay, no. Okay. That's correct. sounded like that. Mm. Fuck. What a mistake. I guess we do 1/4 times 3, 12. Come on. Come on. They don't even bother to solve it? What? Oh, wait. I'm not even doing the question here. Okay, so this will be 1/2 is equal to y1, y2 is equal to 4, 8, 9, 12, which should be 3/4. Ooh. Looks good to me. It's negative. Why is it negative? Damn, okay. Okay, look in. You know what? Let's go like this. Differential. Damn, I guess actually though. Holy shit, how do you even think about this? It does work out, but what's the rationale here? Take it to 0. which gives us lambda is equal to minus I plus I, which gives us the general solution for lambda. Okay. Go back here. Lösning här. Jag spelar ner lite. En generell lösning av följande system. And. Jag tar det oss. Nice, okay. The gorilla meme is better than the lion meme. I don't care if the lion listens. That's what it's. This shit is funny as fuck, is it? I'm a fucking face. Where is this? Why is it not opening in the player? A motherfucker's thinking they're gonna kill the gorilla.
Say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Bro, I need a good way to skip reels. Like, it takes 7 seconds to load the next one, so if I guess I can scroll up. Like, nope.
Fastest man alive.
Bro, holy shit. This is a fresh account. Straight up. Bro, this is bad.
How many books do I get? I got molested by like 5 people when I was growing up. How many books?
I don't have corona anymore, but I'm a fucking.
We believe that stopping illegal migration is necessary to
Oh no, not the rapes. Bro, the good old days. Bro, this image popped off. Cinematic captures. I guess I switched the name or something. Love your picture. Bro, 12 years old. English. This is a cool picture of. Is he still following? Nah, no. Bro, I can't be liking stuff on this account. This is not an anonymous account. Just contrast the hell out of everything. Holy, that's the dog shit. Bro must have unfollowed me fucking right after. Imagine this high quality. That would be fucking cool.
Baby, I missed you so much too, Mommy. I'm happy you're still awake. Aww.
Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to.
Got me going jeans cause I'm cool with. For the spaceship, now I'm a space.
Among Us.
Hey you! Yeah, you! You know what kind of train this is?
The most frustrating thing about men is the fact that they refuse to acknowledge when they are being flirted with.
Told
He's so handsome. And she just got... Nigga!
Anything you can dream about here, you can make. Zero limit.
Tell me how I'm supposed to...
Nope. Nope. Based, holy shit. Honestly, I could fix it there. I'm just saying.
Three
Dun 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 dun. Chicken jockey.
$1,000 tournament, and this is who they assign me.
I can't breathe.
Holy fuck.
Me and the devil.
My young nigga hop out, jump out, you try catch a hat. LP long in hair, I'm swinging that bitch like a bat. Look at AK, this shit gon' crack. I got 11K stuffed in the trap. Nigga don't do nothing, he like to chat. Me like the Reaper, hop out in black. I'm trying to drop his dot, like fuck where he at. And I'm just a young
Bro, we would lose so fucking bad.
So, you're the punk I've heard about.
Do if a girl started crying right in front of you.
I would hug her and sit with her. I don't want to be a monster who...
How much is it for the sandwich?
That's a $10 bacon, egg, and cheese.
It's been a long, cold, lonely winter.
Y'all pulled up with me, I would've seen y'all.
Remove this scallywag individual from the vehicle. You're this is...
Yeah, well,
bro, I can't do that. Oh, fuck. Holy. Okay, what the fuck happened now? Q is invertible. Okay, and since Q and P is invertible, we have that QP is invertible. PQ. This is invertible. This is invertible. I don't know about this though. This is false, right? No, isn't. Since this is A. Plug into this, we have P inverse Q inverse B Q P. Right. Maybe try a second one. I need some wipes. Fuck this. I don't think I need this. This is just taking time. What was it? Like 1 minus 1, 1, 1 or something? Minus 2. Wait a minute. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Okay, let's call this minus 2 minus C2 plus C2 er lik 0. Dette her blir C2 2 plus 1. Altså, det blir bare 0. Ja. Oh no. This is horrible. Actually. Damn. Wait, how did... Okay. 1... 2 minus 2... minus 2... Then it's minus 0 plus 1. Okay, I guess we can just go minus... Okay, let's not do it this way. Looks like it's laid up to do it the other way. Damn. I'm fucking lazy. I'm not doing it. open this in... Am I even getting the same? Like, how the fuck do you do that quickly? Like that, what? Goes here. Minus lambda 3 plus 2 lambda square plus 7 lambda plus 3 lambda square minus 6 lambda minus 21 minus 3 plus lambda How the fuck do you factor it? Oh, never mind. No, fuck this. I don't fucking care. This is fucking annoying. Respect to the old timers, but this is too much work. Torkel 23, 24. Okay. So basically all these ones are relevant. to the vibe. How similar are the previous ones? That's very similar. Holy shit. Good shit. Okay, that's good. Adjusted this. It's probably gonna be like Markov chains, maybe. Damn. I really want to do some online, but guess not. I guess no, we can do this. We can do this. I believe. Okay, so this will give us. This will basically give us the eigen or the vector t minus 3 over 2. And then we can set t to multiply with 2, so then we get the eigenvalue for lambda 1, eigenvector for lambda 1, which will be equal to minus 3, 2. There we go. Minus 2. 16 minus 9 och 7. Good shit. I feel like I understand this as well now. Alright, okay. Slow day today, but looking tomorrow maybe. We did do a decent chunk of these ones though. Basically we did all this today. I don't think I've done that. What? I don't know.
There's no excuse, so what's the use? When you can't find eigenvalues or a reduce. Everyone else in the room can do it. Maybe you just need more time to think carefully. The way you flip out on tests from anxiety, but when you stare at the ceiling, it's plain to see you don't know. You don't know you're linear. A few more C's, you understand how to work with these matrices. Right now we're looking at you and we can't believe you don't know. You don't know you're linear. That's why you might ITR.
ITR? What the fuck is that? Inverse transpose. I don't know.
Values of 0 aren't.
I'm guessing that wasn't it.
Here, but so I would just do something, and here's where having more words in your arguments can be useful, right? So like, let's say I end this one thing of equations. Before I go on to the next one, I might say, you know, therefore, or I might even just say, likewise, you know, just add like an English sentence to like break up the argument. So I don't know exactly how we would.
Megabase. So I think we're probably as bad as each other.
Ready and riding and comfortable.
He has a metal helmet, that doesn't count.
Doubt though, I had got incredibly lucky with the race being neutralised for that first lap. But what would happen when the race got I know like these days. As for those down tube shifters, I was dealing with them pretty well. There was just one corner where I needed to shift midway through, and it scared my pants off, frankly, but it was doable. Surprisingly though, I was still hanging in there, having to use my racing experience to stay up at the front and trying to make life as easy as possible. Except that I accidentally put in a little attack. Then frankly it was like hitting a brick wall out there in the wind. A bus would have had better aerodynamics than me, and I simply didn't have the power to last more than a fairly humiliating half a lap. As the race wore on, I was almost able to forget the bike and just get stuck in. Almost, but not quite. The toe clips were giving me really sore calf muscles. Bizarrely, they were so short I was stuck pedaling with my toes. Without doubt, this was actually the toughest part of riding the bike. I'd made it this far, but when the pace started to lift in the final laps, would I be able to stay in the mix and stay in the right position? I was having to gamble on a sprint, except that I can't sprint, even on a good day, on a good bike. So fingers crossed.
Did pretty well though.
That neutral lap. Oh my word. I was so worried about getting into a toe clip. And that meant I was able to do it without panicking. And then, once I kind of got...
All right, Blake.
I think I'm gonna head out.